be intimidated. I will not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
Tick, tick, boom. Noise. Go, baby, we bringing out toys. Boys, chop up the singing, should be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out.
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets.
Karen Reed has supporters who've shown up in large numbers.
Tick, tick, boom.
Hard body, and not scaring nobody. You make me resort to wildin'. You must be blind by the diamonds. I didn't want it to be this way, but y'all won't need to try this, so it's no way around it. You the loudest one, it's going quiet. We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep.
This is the first time I think I've ever seen this. An outpouring of support for someone accused of murdering a Boston police officer. Unbelievable situation. Never seen anything like it.
Tick, tick, boom.
You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me? You can't stop me, so who gon' stop me?
We be disturbing the peace, working, we serving the streets. About to go going beast. Bang, bang, leave you sleep. It's go, 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 go time.
Tick, tick, boom.
Thank you. Be seated. Close the session.
22117 Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counsel, please identify yourselves for the record.
Adam Lyles for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, did counsel want to see me at sidebar?
I had asked, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I don't know if you guys could hear me before this, but we are waiting for a sidebar to come back with audio. Oh yeah, okay, now you can hear me. Sorry, I thought I was talking the whole time, but I guess not. I'm still getting used to it. Today I am subbing for Turtle. He's in the courtroom, so I'll just be here doing random commentary and stuff in between when there's no audio and all that, or breaks. Yep, Aidan got in. Grant's there too. Karen is not smiling because her life's on the line to whoever asked that. And it would look weird if she was sitting there grinning, just in my opinion. And just for the day, if you guys want to make donations, we would like you to, if possible, if you want the message to be read out during the stream, then donate through the Give, Send, Go Defense Fund into the top. So I can see those as they come in. I can't see the cash apps or the turtle chats to read them out. So, I mean, you can send those also if you want, but just know that your message won't get read today. And Carrie is going to probably come up with me as well, and maybe banter. We'll see. Hard to understand me. Can you guys hear me, or is that like a one-person thing? Let me know. Okay, good. I don't know why the sidebar is so long. So bailiff is reading TV laptop. Can I warn him? How would I over to that? If it's muffled, I'm sorry. This is my earphones. I don't know. Or maybe it's my voice. But I'm definitely not underwater. Yes, TV got in there today. No, I'm sure that, I don't know if that, Grant's usually not right, so I wouldn't take stock into that. So I'm pretty sure that they're not taking sidebar to like discuss whether or not to throw him out. That would be strange. But who knows? I mean, I wouldn't put anything past them. This is the OnlyFans stream, I guess. Deb's OnlyFans. Yes, yeah, Josephine, I'll make it full screen when they actually do something, but it's just the fan, and there's no audio, so. Deb Z is located at her house. Today is a full day in court, as far as I know, Evie, yeah. There's a little bit of a delay when the messages come up, so. Hell yeah.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, woo. Oops. There we go.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pannoni. now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. You may be seated. Morning, Your Honor.
Morning. All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. I appreciate you all being here, ready, willing, and able to start. We got an awfully lot done in about 5 or 7 minutes over here at Sidebar. So we made you wait, but in the long run, it's speed things up and make things go more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. Those same 3 questions, have you all been able to follow the instruction? Refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday.
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you all able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
One thing I did want to say to you folks is, if you can't hear a witness or a lawyer, or you can't see something, I don't know that unless you raise your hand. So if you raise your hand, the court officers don't have the power to say to the witness, please answer that again and speak louder, but I do. So if you raise your hand, court officer will come over and let me know, and we can make sure that happens. All right, so I remind
I just turned up that screen.
keep their
and I was
voices
like,
up, and
hopefully
you've
that
been doing a
helps.
great
You guys
job
can hear
of
better.
moving out of the way of the jurors toward the end there, so please continue to do so. All right, is Ms. Albert here? Thank you.
Space out. You shall understand the evidence given before the jury in the case now again should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to remind you, keep your voice up, please, Ms. Albert,
I will.
okay? All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely. Yes.
That was your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Not daily. Not daily, not. Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many, 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but I'm not, that wasn't every day. I would.
Okay, well, when you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any old bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you call Courtney Proctor in one of those rare occasions? Yesterday?
No, I did not.
This morning?
No, I did not.
Were you curious as to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those 67 phone calls from February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls did you and Courtney Proctor discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation, no. I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your answer.
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay. But my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, you knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
Sure. On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did the subject of Karen Reed's arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls, Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper 𝗵𝗂𝗺𝗃.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
What did take place within your home?
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct?
No.
And then Michael Proctor and the other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
This is the same document. I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it and you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention to. You could look at those two phone calls, ma'am, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach.
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory about those two phone calls on February 10th?
I mean, I just read them, but I don't remember.
Okay. You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday, that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
Correct.
And you call her Jen, correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends, no. She's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends, no. She's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay, so your sister,
My sister Jillian, yes.
Jillian, is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with her, but not best friends.
Correct.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O'Keefe's girlfriend, correct?
Correct.
She was just an acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a baby shower with Karen Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Canada, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can move on.
No, she was not.
No, one more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Canton?
She didn't live in Canton.
All right. But after she started dating John, you would see her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries in, correct?
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family type activities with the kids outside?
Yes.
And you'd see her enough that you assumed that she was living there, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you had known her or seen her for maybe about 1.5 years or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time. She was there a lot. Yes, she was. So yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop you for 1
Yes.
second.
Okay, they muted again. I was gonna make a poll to see if we wanted captions or no captions, but I can't figure out how to do it.
All right, thank you, Mr.
So
Mayor.
No,
deal
thank
with it.
you,
We're
Laura.
dealing with captions. Watch on the
I
screen.
believe you testified you knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes,
And how did you know him?
he is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes,
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
correct,
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes,
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
no,
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that, yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes,
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
correct, yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And you went on, correct?
He said, what's up, and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party.
yes,
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
correct, yes,
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
correct,
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes,
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
correct.
And you left the waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11,
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
yes,
And the loud music didn't help you out at all?
not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes,
Now, when you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
correct,
He was not out with you at the waterfall.
correct,
He was out that night, correct?
yes,
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
yes,
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
correct,
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
correct,
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
around 11, yep, around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes,
But Colin was not.
he was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct,
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
correct,
And when the clock turned midnight, he still wasn't home, correct?
correct.
Now, at some point, your husband Chris came home, correct?
Yes,
You testified on direct examination that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
that's what time I believe he did, yes.
Oh, that 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No,
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time, 12:10 a.m.?
no,
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the waterfall glory video. I think it's exhibit 53, just that portion.
Okay.
We may just have a moment, Your Honor. I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again. Now, I believe you've testified that the waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
correct,
but your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery?
Yes.
If I may just have a moment. If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you can pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. And you see the time? Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, if you can run that, Mr. Bates. Can you pause it there? I am going to direct do you see where it says CH3?
Yes.
And you see the timestamp up the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next, 6 seconds or so. Right. Stop. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. If you can run that. Stop. Okay. Would you agree with me that your husband left the waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds?
Well, yes. I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10. Would you agree with that?
12:14, you mean? Two?
You know what? You're right. 12:14, then 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
He didn't have a car that night.
He did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the. I don't know.
All right. So your testimony would be you don't know if it would have taken him a little bit longer or anybody.
Anybody, everyone walks at a different pace.
Right, but whatever pace they walk at, given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate? Because
it could have.
Okay, but in any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that 12:10 estimate that you had. You made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room.
Bedroom?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband?
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long?
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him brush his teeth or wash up.
No.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I was sitting up in bed, yes.
Were you reading or watching TV?
I was just sitting up in bed praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. The migraine was still really
Yes.
bothering you. And you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
It was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get better.
To kick in?
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on. It's really kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that your husband Chris was asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there, which when he came home, that would given you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 1210 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you the question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
I just don't remember them.
All right, in any case, January 29th was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law, Brian, and your sister-in-law, Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene?
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene tape stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of tail light strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of tail light, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes,
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Oh, okay. You approached, whose car was it?
My nephew Brian's
Brian?
in the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home. Yes.
All right. So can I have Exhibit 8, please, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Could we zoom in just a little bit? That's good. I'm so bad at this. Jeez. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. All right. That I'm highlighting now is the front door to the house, correct?
Yes.
And if we move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
And you were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those 2 cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those 2 cars or a car that was parked in one of those 2 places.
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say, that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I am so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes. In other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement, is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is a library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right. But the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay.
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you.
Yeah.
And to the left is the library.
Right.
If you go to the right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right, you can walk straight. And as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes down to the basement, correct?
Correct. Yes.
We can have the left one. And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly, maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the 7 of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll let, if this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the 7 of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes,
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
I'll sustain.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police
Yes?
about my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You've had contact with the state police this year.
Yes,
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
yes,
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that, I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume, I don't know the exact date, but yes,
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for contact that you would have had with Mike Proctor, correct?
correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustain.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes,
Now, with regard to your contact with Karen on January 28th, it was clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No,
She was not slurring her words.
no,
She was not talking gibberish.
no.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes,
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
yes,
She appeared to be under control, correct?
yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No,
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Everyone appeared to be having a good time that night, correct?
yes.
And that included John and Karen from what you could see, correct?
For the 10, 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Now, after you left the waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was it?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes,
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Friday.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th. And you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there then, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Riley.
Just briefly on. Morning, Ms. Howard.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking a question about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Mr. Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Trooper Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
It also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes, when I was sitting there, they looked at my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone, you provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster, me personally.
When you went over to your in-law's house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point?
No.
Nothing further.
May we approach?
Okay. Just feel free to stand up.
And they're quiet for a sidebar. So this is pretty funny, aside from the closed caption drama. I know Muzzle, she couldn't remember what he said yesterday, but she could suddenly recollect things or recollect things she said like how many years ago. Anytime I hear them say, I don't recall, it just sounds like to me immediately that you know they're lying. Because think about it, like if you were on the stand and got asked a straight question, you're genuinely telling the truth. You're going to say like yes and no. You're not gonna, I don't recall. If you really don't remember, you're gonna say something like, give me a second. I think it was blah blah blah. You're not gonna, I don't recall. That's not natural. Not any more natural than Julie's hair. I really, really can't though about you, Kathy. I'm so glad I was muted, guys, because I was losing it over here. And Aidan also jumped in as like Turtleboy Live for a second on the YouTube and wrote a comment. I don't know if you guys saw, but he was saying he was in the courtroom, like trying so hard not to laugh. I don't even see any naysayers, Linda, to be honest. I'm not even like ignoring them. I have like 90 windows open and I keep going back and forth through and checking a bunch of places. I don't even care. Like I literally haven't seen any naysayers and I just don't care. I saw a tweet from Grant in the meantime.
Recess, you're actually, your testimony was up.
Thank you.
All right, so but let's let the jurors go first, because we're doing something that may take a little while, so we got you coffee and bagels. So it'll be a little bit longer break for you, okay?
Right to the jury. Just fold your notebooks up, please. Fold your notebooks and leave them on the chair, please. Jury coming out there. You can step down. You can just fall. You can just fall.
Yes, Grant is in the courtroom today, so is Turtleboy. Bev just said they're going for a recess, and they took the jury. They're telling the jury to leave, and she said we're going to do something that's going to take a little while. So we got you guys coffee and donuts. So this is weird. I mean, like, that's awful. Karen must regret the day she ever met John. I'm pretty sure, like, she doesn't. She loved him. It's not his fault, obviously. None of this is his fault. And it would be, you'd have to be a pretty shitty person to resent your deceased ex-boyfriend for getting the audacity to get murdered and, like, screw up your life and get you framed after the fact. Yes, Magic, it is me. It is a new mic, but I've been like sick, had bronchitis for like a month, so I kind of sound manly a little bit. That's might be it. I don't know. No, they're not doing the perjury. I'm pretty sure. I don't. Yeah, TB is in. He was seated with like near Grant and stuff. Thank you, Danny. I don't even feel bad, Danny, anymore. It's been so long. I just occasionally cough and still have like mucus in my lungs. Occasionally, it's been literally like 4 weeks, but that just won't go away. But I feel fine. He was not a nice boyfriend. He was cheating on her. I don't know about that. Grant is wearing the same thing he's worn to court for the last like 3-4 days. which is like sweatpants with a drawstring tie and some battered up shirt, or I guess it's his best outfit. I don't know. I'm getting Ryan Waters vibes of like owning one suit. Grant's mouth dropped. Oh, did he? That makes me happy. That's the thing, Charles. Grant does not work for anyone. He's literally just a professional troll. He has no job. He got a press pass somehow to be able to go on tweet every. I've looked at his Twitter this morning. Sometimes he tweets almost every 10 minutes, and half of the tweets, at least, have been concerning Aidan in some way. Nothing to do with the trial. Nothing at all. He even tweeted like after she said 𝗃𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗺𝗺, he puts up a tweet like, "Oh, Karen looked horrified when Julie said a horrible slur that Turtleboy used. Clearly, he's influencing people badly." Yeah, okay, because it's definitely him making Julie think of 𝗃𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗺𝗺 in her head and making her mouth say 𝗃𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗺𝗃. Sounds like a personal problem, dude. But regardless of what you think of Turtleboy or Aidan, aren't you there to report on the trial? So maybe if you're gonna tweet every 10 seconds, try tweeting about the actual proceedings instead of what you think people's facial expressions mean, and your thoughts and your desires about what happens to Aidan and if he gets picked. Like, nobody cares. It makes you look even less credible than you already are. It's just like, it's ridiculous. At least Gretchen Voss doesn't work for anyone either, apparently, and she's a press pass, but at least she used to work somewhere relevant. And if nothing else, she sits there and reports whatever. She doesn't sit there wasting her entire life tweeting shade at Aidan or screaming at Aidan in the line outside.
Break for.
Oh, okay, I think the jury left. Now she just said 15-minute break. I'm pretty sure now they're having a recess too. If she said 15-minute break in that time, that's probably a half hour. OnlyFans time. All right, I think I might send a link to Kari, and we can maybe talk during this little break. Kari, I just sent you the link. Excuse me, sorry, that was my bronchitis happening again. But Kari, if you are listening, I just sent you the link on Facebook Messenger, your personal one. So click that, you should come backstage and we can banter a little bit about stuff or whatever, just for this break, since it's not going to be that long, I guess. Yeah, seriously, Lisa, you can go elsewhere and watch another stream or fix your freaking computer because nobody else has a problem hearing me. A quality microphone is so expensive. I'm using my earbuds because I don't stream. I mod. So maybe you can shut the fuck up. Thanks. What up, Captain?
What up?
So what's going on? What do you think so far?
The bukkake thing. That was golden.
That was just so good. Yeah, Bradel is there for something else. I can confirm. He happens to be at court today for another case. It has nothing to do with Aidan. He just happens to be on site. If he came to talk to Aidan, then that could have been anything from today, but he's not there. He wasn't there for Aidan specifically. No, there's no feed right now. They're on a 15-minute recess, CMPA.
They take a lot of breaks.
They do. I'm not sure about this whole, like, what they said. They got them, like, coffee and donuts, though. That's kind of... Amanda, the break is supposedly going to be 15 minutes long, but Beverly time is kind of longer usually, so it'll probably be like a half hour. Grant has been posting that Aidan's about to be thrown out for like a half hour now. I think he's just hoping. I'm not sure, but
he's on the edge of his seat.
Yeah. Bev sipping on sidebar. No, she has to go in the back to sip. Nobody's on the stand right now. It is break time and coffee and donut time apparently. Yeah, let's hold on. Let's pull a Turtleboy and I'll pull up Grant's tweets so you guys can see how good his reporting is. It's literally all these things crying about Turtleboy. There's not anything to do with the case itself. This is freaking hilarious. Hold on, let's see. Okay, you can see that now, right?
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna make it bigger. Tally then, please. Okay, his post. Let's see. Reposted. 45 minutes. 7 minutes. Oh, here we go. I am not a Twitter user. I just made this account literally like 10 minutes ago. So I can see people, and I hate Twitter. Like, I feel such a boomer trying to use it. I don't do this crap. Parties are excused. Bradel is going to. Oh, okay. Wait, let's see. Bradel is going to get a chance to be heard. You'll have 10 minutes or so. Kearney goes up to Courtney Healy, Bradel's new paralegal, and talks to her. Kearney is for sure about to be thrown out of this courtroom on national TV. Recess. Oh, for sure. And then, okay, that was 7 minutes ago, guys. 3 minutes ago. This is going to be an amazing moment. It's just going to be Kearney's attorney alone trying to argue, standing into the judge to object to Kearney being excluded from the courtroom. He is going to lose, and Kearney and him are going to do quite the walk of shame. Oh, Kearney and him are, aren't they? You're an English major.
On national TV. Yeah, Julie Albert calls 𝗵𝗂𝗺 on national TV. He's an idiot.
6 minutes. 6 minutes ago, breaking news, controversial blogger Aidan may be about to be thrown out of today's testimony. And the lonesome death of John O'Keefe, the lonesome death. What is this? Lonesome death? Like the lonesome dove? Like, is it a Western now? What the fuck do you mean lonesome death? lonesome on the lawn where they all abandoned him. Like, this guy's such a loser. I can't.
Breaking news, Grant needs a new pair of underwear.
Breaking news, change your clothes. Like, for real.
God.
And then 11 minutes ago again, Turtleboy. 13 minutes. 13 minutes was actually about the trial. Holy crap. After a stunning tactical mistake by Kearney lawyer David Kari, a witness took the stand and was able to confirm that, despite defense smears otherwise, that witness voluntarily cooperate. Witness voluntarily cooperate. I speak good English. With an investigation in Reed killing. Oh my God. Like, really? A major development.
Imagine having a Twitter account and everything is more about somebody else than yourself.
Right. And even the stuff he tweets, it's not even factual. He hypothesizes.
The fact that he yells rapist blows my mind.
I can't. Like, and you could even see on that video from the other day when he's screaming at Aidan, he was trying to say, this is my lawn and my colleagues don't want you here. And they all, no one agreed with him.
You haven't seen the video that he sent to his victim. Like, shut up, bro.
Like, that's so immature, and I don't care how, like, what you feel. Like, do you think Aidan likes him? No, but even if he wasn't out on bail, Aidan would never entertain. He'd yell, he'd say something to you.
I would have already punched him in his throat.
I was seriously so angry about that dude, because I would have totally used my women powers to do something. I don't know what, but I really didn't care. Like, maybe kick him in the non-existent nuts and then cry that he hurt me. That would probably work. I could just do the women tears and say, "Oh no, he came out and hit me. He touched me. It hurts."
But that's what they're doing. They're trying to egg him on for something.
Right. No, because they want Aidan, and he really thinks Aidan's gonna flip out if he does this kind of stuff, and Aidan's gonna swing on him or say something that he can come back and use against him. He's not. This isn't his first rodeo. He's not stupid. And he's way smarter than Grunty over here on his worst day. If anything, if nothing else. So it's not going to happen. Like, I don't understand why you bother. And I don't know. What the hell is the standard for getting a press pass? Because it seems like Aidan had to wait forever. He's tried to get one before and had to jump through hoops after hoop and been put off or denied. And I don't understand why. This is his livelihood. He publishes things. He's well known, even more so than he was before. Even before that, he published blogs. He had been noted by mainstream media. So what's the problem? Sounds like he should get a press pass. And that was when he didn't have anything to do with the case and no pending charges outstanding. And I don't understand, but Grant gets it, no problem. He has no job. And if you look at his Twitter for verification that he's actually tweeting what he should be, I don't know. I know they can't like tell people how to write or whatever, but it's just so unprofessional. Like, there's nothing, he's not writing anything. He's not reporting on anything accurately at all. Like, he's in the courtroom so he can update every 5 seconds with his own opinions. And even when there's actual facts happening, he hardly ever says what the facts are. He twists it into his own mind. Report objectively or shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but someone in the comments had said earlier that Gretchen Voss is always there. She's not taking notes. She doesn't even have a laptop.
No, yeah, that too. I mean, she's another one. Like, she shouldn't have a press pass either. She's doing nothing. But if nothing else, she's not sitting there with a sticker-covered laptop, like typing like hunched over and weird in her sweatpants from like 1992 that she hasn't changed in 6 weeks, and crying about like somebody that doesn't have anything to do with her. Says, oh, Ted. Oh, shit. Yeah, and I'm not shocked at all. Figured. Like, I knew Grant was getting that from somewhere, but they can ask all they want. But he hasn't been out of order. He hasn't done anything. Like, so I don't see what the grounds would be. He has a press pass, and in my opinion, if like Jennifer Donahue or whoever grants the press passes, like obviously she has access to his records and his court things. She knows what's going on because the first time he asked, it just never happened, and there was no reason given. So, it's not like she doesn't know. So I would think that is not Aidan's problem. Like, if someone grants you a press pass and the restraining order was modified so that he can be in the courtroom proceedings, regardless, then that sounds like a you problem if everyone else has an issue with him. He's not doing anything to anyone.
Wow, so prosecution wants him out. Oh, Wally's feelings hurt.
Wally's like, I was searing. And even Ted Daniels not tweeting like 100% accurately. Yeah, he's in that courtroom right now because the prosecution requested Aidan to be removed, but Bradel didn't just come for Aidan. He did not just show up today, drop everything, and show up to court because of Aidan. He was already at the courthouse for an unrelated matter. So people are already misconstruing this, you know? Turtle Cadet, have you been keeping count of this break? Because there's no way it's been like less than 15 minutes already. Let me see if there are any. Hold on, Jennifer. Let me see if I can get some turtle roots. Let's see. Hour ago, 25 minutes ago, 17 minutes ago. Okay, so his last tweet was Aidan's, anyway.
8 minutes ago.
17 minutes ago. On a brief break, and my attorney Tim Bradel is speaking with Judge Kearney. Lots of people asking why, but he is here on a completely unrelated matter, as far as I know. He told me as a client with a scheduled hearing in front of Kearney today. No clue what they are talking about. Oh, that's kind of weird though, because how would he have a client with a scheduled hearing in front of Kearney today when she's doing this all day, right? Like when would she have time to do another hearing in front of people, right?
This is ridiculous.
That's weird.
And then if he does get thrown, all the haters are gonna be like, ha 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 ha.
That's what I don't want, you know. And I don't want. And he's worked so freaking hard. Like he did everything right. He had people waiting outside. Like he followed their little strange ass legal rules that they established outside the courthouse, like their little like lawless civilization or whatever. Like he stayed overnight. He had the chairs. Nobody bothered anybody. If anyone should be kicked out, Grantstone has been trying to start shit since last night. Like he was tweeting last night, even during Turtle Club. Grant was already tweeting with the first shift of people there sitting there for Aidan that his followers were there with drinking alcohol on the courthouse steps. I'm pretty sure that nobody was sitting there boozing up. Like, give me a break. I hate X. I really do. You're supposed to be filling the silence, Gary. What are you doing? Speak.
Huh?
You can't sniff on air. Someone's going to accuse you of doing drugs. You know how it goes. Can't do it.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I just put it in my headphones, so yeah.
Okay.
I better not sniff, good God.
Will TV check in? I don't know. Probably not. If this is what's going on, I'm sure he's occupied. Otherwise. Let's see. Yeah, he's let's see. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure. I don't know. Maybe you check in. He hasn't messaged me or anything yet. Let me see. I might put up a video or something because I don't want people to have to sit here and be like, I just don't know when they're gonna come back. This is stupid. I mean, I
still
have
not back
video.
yet?
I have videos. I have videos to put up for like the lunch recess and stuff because I know that's going to be an hour. But this should have been 15 minutes, and I mean, we've been in court. Court's been in session for like an hour and a half ish, and they've probably been either sidebarred or on recess or kicking the jury out with muting for like 45 minutes of that. Pretty insane. DUI guy is stating it on his live stream. I don't know. Stream comic alert. Oh, it's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you, new girl. Thanks for suggestions. Hold on. I'm gonna look and see what I can find here. I have a 90, literally 90 tabs open, so give me a second. All right, hold on. I'm gonna share this screen. Hold on. I'll get there.
Let's see if the closed captions pick anything up.
But if they remove him, they're going to do it without the jury present.
I mean, it's so stupid. Like, there's no reason why. All it's doing is making the defense's case stronger. Because the jury's not going to be like, what's the holdup? Oh, this Turtleboy guy, he's the problem. No, they're saying, oh, so who has a problem with the Turtleboy? The prosecution? You mean the witnesses that the prosecution keeps bringing up that are proven to be liars one after the other are having a problem with this? I mean, this is the craziest bullshit in the world, dude. All right, hold on. Let's check. Wait, what's Lolly's? I don't even. That's stupid. Why don't I follow Lolly on Twitter?
I like that you called him lollipop.
Bukkake. Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukkake.
Holy shit, that didn't just fucking happen. Okay, that's enough. Microdots clipped it. All right, let's get back to the biggest fan. Oh my god. That shit is too much. Hold on, I gotta get more creamer here.
Oh, okay. So he goes away as soon as we stream. Hey, Caroline. I know, me too. A lot of people are new, so. Oh, Carrie, you went away. What happened? That's probably if it was about Aidan, which I'm assuming it was. If they got them all, they got the jury coffee and donuts, and they sent the jury out before the recess. So if there was anything to do with Aidan, I'm guessing that they kept the jury out of it for that reason. So they probably aren't exposed to it.
Yeah, this is just a shit show, man. You got all those people protesting outside. I mean, this is not smart. Like, has the prosecution not seen what their actions have resulted in this entire time? That's what I'm blown away by. I'm blown away by how the Commonwealth of Massachusetts still seems to have no fucking comprehension of the results of their actions. Every time they charge Turtleboy with something, every time they try to like do this ridiculous collusion between Turtleboy and Karen Reed to fuck with the jury or something. Yeah, thank you, Microdots. Appreciate that. Confirming that the Commonwealth is trying to have him removed. Thank you. If Microdots says so, I believe it. Now, is that beyond? Do you know that beyond Ted Daniels' tweet? Because we do know that Ted Daniels posted this. Okay. I don't care about that. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, let me see real quick. Yeah, so nothing new from Ted Daniel. So I mean, I guess forget what I said about about how they wouldn't even dare try to do that with Bradel right there. That's crazy. Because they know they're violating rights. They fucking know it. They're hiding behind this bullshit statute that is a clear violation of the First Amendment. Confirmed with Turtleboy, the Commonwealth filed a motion to have him removed. Wow, dude. Mike picking up people talking about some other case. You know what I mean? So I don't know. What I mean, I'm not hearing enough to really. The cheap creamer that I had before is actually better than this shit that I just got. Okay, so I just heard you are unmuted, so I think court's coming back. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Hayden Kane.
Matter.
All right, sort of a side issue in the Reed matter. So the defendant and her lawyers have been excused. Okay, so why don't counsel identify yourselves, please?
Sure. Adam Lally for the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
With you?
I think he's okay right there.
Okay.
If that's all right, Your Honor.
All right. So Commonwealth, so I do want to say a question before we begin. Commonwealth, in your motion to exclude an individual charged with witness intimidation in connection with this case from the courtroom during the testimony of certain witnesses, before we begin, are you advancing the concerns of the DA's office or the concerns of the witnesses themselves, or both?
Both, Your Honor.
Okay, so.
If I may, I'm sorry to jump in, but just if I may, I do have what I think is a pretty substantial procedural objection.
Okay.
Maybe I'd ask that you sort of just make a quick bifurcation of the issues here, and we can address the procedural issue before we get into the substance of the motion.
Sure, I'll hear you.
We could. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, just so the record is clear, because we may need an appellate record in this case.
Okay.
But I was here in the Norfolk Superior Court today, completely unrelated to Mr. Kearney, my client, as you know, in the other matters. And I was here today on the matter of Commonwealth versus 𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗺 for a motion to suppress.
Which is a case that I am in the middle of that motion to suppress with you.
Exactly. And I actually figured that we wouldn't do the motion and get a date. But I was fully focused on that matter and had no notice whatsoever that the Commonwealth was in the Reed matter, was seeking to exclude my client as a journalist from this courtroom. The first thing is that, and I know the court has a job to do in terms of ruling on this motion, and that's fine. And I ask that the ruling be that it be denied on procedural grounds. The procedural grounds are, Judge, that there's been no service of process whatsoever on a case where the government is seeking to essentially trample all over my client's First Amendment rights as a journalist. On 15 minutes notice. You know, I know you gave me the thing 15 or 20 minutes ago.
And it's more than a half an hour, but I understand.
All right, well, you get the point. So, you know, this is not something that I can process and absorb and make any sort of cogent arguments on the merits of the motion on that time period. And I'm sure that the court respects that. I'm trying to address it as best I can. But I think that the procedural issues here should control. And here's the procedural situation, Your Honor, that the government filed this 6-page motion. There's a footnote 2 that refers to them serving this motion on May 8th to the Associated Press. Why they couldn't just pull up my email and serve me is an open question that I'd like an answer to in open court. So they can serve the AP 2 days ago, but they can wait and not even serve me with the motion when I get here to court today on a completely unrelated matter, I might add. So there's some funny business going on here, and you know there's been nothing but funny business from where I sit from the Commonwealth on Mr. Kearney's matters, and here we go again. So I don't appreciate that from counsel, from the Norfolk County DA's office, number one. Number two, Your Honor, Mr. Kearney has covered this case and written about 350 news articles on this case. He has developed evidentiary scoops on this case that have added to the quantum of evidence in the matter. He's never caused a problem. He wishes to be in the galley of journalists like everyone else and cover the case. There's never been a problem whatsoever. This is more personalized retaliation from the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. Another point, Your Honor, is that this matter, as far as the Commonwealth is concerned, is res judicata ×2. Judge 𝗃𝗃 in this very court addressed this exact issue about Mr. Kearney covering this matter, being in the courtroom with witnesses that had a stay-away order. All the same people that the government is trying to have another bite at the apple with here. All these people, this was adjudicated fully with the Special Assistant DA before Judge 𝗃𝗃, and Judge 𝗃𝗃 ruled against the Commonwealth. Judge 𝗃𝗃 said that Mr. Kearney was able to be in the courthouse covering this case regardless of any of these witnesses in the stay-away order. The stay-away order was exempted from Mr. Kearney's presence in the courtroom, rather, was accepted from the stay-away order.
Okay.
So this is done. This has been adjudicated. It's been adjudicated again, Your Honor, by Judge 𝗃𝗏 across the street in the district court. One of these people associated with Mr. Kearney's detractors, Ms. Kearney, has taken up with the Commonwealth and sought charges and sought a restraining order against my client. And Judge 𝗃𝗏 recently, as recently, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, we were across the street, Your Honor, seeking to vacate the order under the doctrine of unclean hands because this plaintiff keeps trying to contact my client while under a restraining order. Putting that aside, the ruling in that matter, Judge, was another ruling in support of Mr. Kearney's First Amendment rights. It was another ruling that said Mr. Kearney was not subject to the restraining order in any court of the Commonwealth. And the reason we brought that motion, Your Honor, was because these same witnesses that the government here is, again, trying to advocate for their own personal issues, those same witnesses somehow took up with this plaintiff across the street, Ms. Kearney, brought her to court here in prior Reed proceedings to kick out Mr. Kearney, because at the time she had an operative order against him. And Mr. Kearney, to his credit, got up and left and got out of here. And that situation was what we addressed across the street with Judge 𝗃𝗏. He agreed with us and said, you can go to court, you can cover this case. So number two, litigation number two, this has been established. Mr. Kearney followed all proper channels. We worked with the SJC media office. He has a press pass. He's doing everything in accordance with all of the rules and regulations that are in place. He's been harassed, and we have it on video, by other so-called journalists on this case at the steps of the courthouse. And he just wants to be here. He doesn't want to be an issue in this case. He wants to sit here and cover the case. He's done his job. He wants to watch the trial unfold. And he has an absolute fundamental First Amendment right to do so within the confines of this courtroom and within the confines of time, place, and manner restrictions. He's followed everything, and he's here. We've gone through all of these hurdles, Your Honor, and Mr. Kearney triumphed, as he should, because it's the First Amendment that needs to triumph here, not any particular person. And that's what he's doing. And there's absolutely no reason for the government to sneak behind my back to interfere with his First Amendment rights. It's outrageous. And on procedural grounds, I ask you to deny the motion for all of those reasons. And if the court has some hesitancy to do so with respect to these procedural issues, I ask that you set a date give me 7 days or so that I can properly respond to this motion on the merits of whatever's in these 6 pages of the motion that I haven't been able to look at. So thank you for hearing me, Your Honor.
All right, sure. And you wanted a response to your question from Mr. Lally on why you were not served, but the Associated Press was served.
That's correct.
So if you talk about that in the procedural part of this, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Simply put, Mr. Bradel, neither Mr. Bradel nor Mr. Kearney are parties to the case. I can't presume that Mr. Bradel's representation on one criminal case is going to extend to a motion of which he would be at best a third party on a separate criminal case. We are required under the SJC rules to serve it upon the Associated Press, which we did.
Okay. So I think that's your record now, Mr. Bradel?
Thank you.
Okay, on the procedural issue, okay? We have a jury out. I do want to address the merits of this as best we can. And Mr. Bradel, at the end of this hearing, whatever I end up doing, if you want to come back and readdress it when there's more time, depending on how I rule, I'll give you the opportunity to do so, but I have to get this trial moving at this point, one way or the other. So I'm going to hear the Commonwealth on their motion, then I'll hear you, Mr. Bradel, to the extent that you can respond, okay? All right, Mr. Lally, I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, very shortly, very simply put, this is an instance in which the Commonwealth is not asking that Mr. Kearney not be allowed to cover the case or that he not be allowed to watch the trial. What we're requesting is a partial closure of one individual. And the legal standard for that is essentially a substantial reason. Substantial reason, Your Honor, being that Mr. Kearney has been indicted and has open cases for intimidating witnesses, specifically witnesses in this case. He has confirmed statements indicating publicly that his actions that he's taken in regard to those indictments were to prevent the case from ever going to trial and to intimidate those witnesses. Those witnesses will be called to testify in this case, and what the Commonwealth is simply requesting is that he be excluded physically from the courtroom, not excluded from watching the trial, not excluded from covering the trial, but excluded physically from the courtroom while those witnesses are testifying from the stand.
And the witnesses you told me have expressed concern. What do you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. The witnesses have expressed concern. The Commonwealth is concerned as to his presence affecting their testimony or their ability to recall. And for all of those reasons, the Commonwealth would submit the administration of justice and the witnesses being able to testify, as well as the witnesses' own concerns are more than meet the test of the substantial reason for Mr. Kearney's exclusion during the course of their testimony.
Okay. Mr. Bradel?
Your Honor, the witness's concern has no legal materiality under the law. So the answer that I have is, so what? The witness's concern, where does that fit into the law here, Your Honor? This matter has been adjudicated twice. Mr. Kearney has the right to speak on the case. He's gone through all the proper channels to be here. He is not in any way wants to or is trying to make any issue of his presence here. And he's just trying to cover the case as best he can. And this is just a personal vendetta that's been carried out by the Norfolk County DA's office against Mr. Kearney. And, you know, this is where the court needs to hold the line on the First Amendment. You know, this witness intimidation statute, Your Honor, is an absolute abomination. It is going to be struck down. It's just a matter of time. And this is just a continuation of everything the special counsel's been doing to Mr. Kearney. Now the office itself is doing it. There's no reason for this motion to be allowed, Your Honor. There's no discomfort exception to the First Amendment, Your Honor. There's been absolutely nothing advanced, especially on an emergency basis, which is, I assume, why this is being done with no notice. There's been no establishment of any emergency. There's been no conduct whatsoever on the part of Mr. Kearney to justify this motion. And I did happen to see some reference to the 𝗄𝗏 trial about published, it's something to the effect of doxing a seated juror. That is false. Mr. Kearney wrote a story on a juror after the jury was discharged. There's absolutely no prohibition or problem or issue with that. And it is absolutely protected conduct by the First Amendment. And it is not in any way a grounds for this court or the Commonwealth to assert any wrongdoing against him.
So I can assure you I am not considering that incident in this. You all know I was the judge. I am not considering that experience in this motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr.
Nothing
Bradel?
further. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Bradel, I agree with you that Mr. Kearney is certified by the Office of Public Information pursuant to SJC Rule 119, and that he has a right to be here today. He arrived timely, and that he is registered. I have honored that 119 registration today, and I will continue to honor that. However, my role in this case, 𝗃𝗿𝗄𝗆 versus Karen Reed, is to ensure that the defendant's constitutional right to a fair trial are honored and upheld. And because of the chilling effect that Mr. Kearney's presence, I find, will have on the witness's testimony, I'm going to excuse him while the named
Fucking bitch.
𝗃𝗿𝗄𝗆 motion. Julie Nagel, Christopher Albert, Colin Albert, Michael Proctor, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert, and 𝗺𝗰𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗆𝗃. And the Commonwealth also today requested Nicole Albert because of the incidents that reportedly have been held at her home. I'm going to excuse him during all of that testimony. Now, in my media order, if you have it, I'm sure your client has it because they're handed out to the press. Under number 1, I say that anyone leaving the courtroom to the media during the trial proceedings may lose their seat and may not be permitted re-entry unless there is available seating. That will not happen to Mr. Kearney. I will not take away his seat today. For other witnesses who are not subject to this order, that seat will remain empty. No other person of the media will be able to take that seat in his absence. Okay?
Your Honor, one last thing, if I may, just came to me as I was standing here. Extension in same regard as to Nicole Albert for the address would be Brian Albert Jr.
Oh, come on.
Son of Brian and Nicole Albert, lives
All
at the
right.
same address.
It's for the same reason. So Brian Albert Jr.
So basically,
everyone findings, Mr. Bradel? It should give you enough to seek appellate action if you wish. Okay? All right. Thank you for being here. All right. All right. So I'll take a short recess. We can bring counsel back in and Ms. Reed back in, and we'll proceed with the trial.
Court, all rise.
Crock of shit.
This is insane. Like, literally fucking insane. I thought she was going to actually fucking rule accurately for once. I said she agreed with him, but, like, no.
Notice how she was like, oh, I'll be in favor of it. But
yeah, except for now. Except for right now. Every other time, I totally agree with you. Just not now.
Let Grant and his shitty fucking twins start.
Like, I hate this motherfucker. Like, really. She's the worst fucking judge I've ever seen. Like, show me proof that he was indicted. Okay, but was he convicted? Has he been convicted of shit? No. So guess what? It doesn't count for me. And she's doing a huge favor by not giving up his seat today. No one else can come in. Wow. Thank you so much.
Wow. But he can't go back in because all day long is fucking those people.
Good people. Apparently someone's angry, or someone's wondering why people are swearing on this podcast, because I guess Aidan has never sworn in his life, ever. Especially not on this channel. So if you guys have an issue with that, you can peace out. You can go to another stream. I don't care. Bye. Yeah, no, and literally he's not going to be able to go in the courtroom for the whole time, pretty much, at this point. How is TB giving Grant clout? Like, is it he's not doing anything. Grant's just a moron. Of course he is tweeting crap because he got his way. Like, it's nothing to do with him. I really can't. I hope that she said something to do with that he can appeal or something, right?
Yeah, he can appeal.
It's insane. Like, this is really insane.
he can appeal, but yet we still haven't hit Rule 14 on Katie McLaughlin's.
No, that'll
surgery.
be, you know, that'll be one of those things people, and he really, Lally really said that his issue is that Aidan being there is that witnesses are not going to be able to recall things. Well, I guess Aidan showed up today for the first time, right? And every day this week, every day last week, people who couldn't recall a lot of things. I seem to remember, I can't recall being used as an excuse to not answer a question a ton of times. And Aidan wasn't even in the courtroom. So what's the difference? They already can't recall half of anything people get asked. So what's the difference if Aidan's there or not? He's going to be so upset, dude.
But yet Grant doesn't get thrown out for yelling rapist,
well, because he didn't do it in the courtroom. But I mean, even just his conduct in the vicinity of the court in general, it's unbecoming. You shouldn't. You a trespass. You're acting like a toddler, an unhinged toddler. You're acting like someone who shouldn't even be allowed around the public. You're screaming things like that. And no one, and he was referring to everyone else in the media as his colleagues, and nobody would agree with him. No one would look at him. No one chimed in with him. Yeah, no, I am not giving Grunt 𝗃𝗃 any more time. I'm not showing his tweets because they're just gonna make me angry, and he doesn't deserve to have them shown. So you guys all have the internet. You can go to Twitter. You can find him. What? Really? Can someone answer that, please? Because I don't want to be rude. The icebox intimidator.
Well, I just jumped on a few other people that are streaming this, and they're outraged that he's being thrown out as well. They don't understand. You already have a buffer zone in place.
Yep.
For the protesters, and now let's make this trial and delay it even more with this nonsense. But
hold on a sec. Apparently, hold on a sec. We need to address good people. The two hens are Carrie, who's a mod, and Deb Z, who's a mod, and a Barnyard Anonymous. Fuck you. Leave. There's other streams. No one gives a shit. Maybe it's. Honestly, if you guys have an issue with us talking, then bye. 2,000 people watching over that, and I don't see anybody running out the door, so nobody cares. Goodbye. And you don't have to worry, because clearly Aidan will be streaming anyways, since everyone who's a good witness is going to be on and in the courthouse every day from now on, so he'll be streaming, I'm guessing, because why bother showing up when he can't get in? The defense link should be posted at the top of the chat, isn't it? Ew, you're kind of rude, Deb. Oh, okay. You hurt my feelings. I care a lot what you think. God, right? No, yeah, seriously. Oh, I'm leaving. Bye. Okay. Have a great one. I love how a ton of people are like, who are Trevor and Carrie? You can tell. Yep, exactly. You can tell who is new here. Let me see. I'm gonna look. Can you find a stream, Carrie? Want to see if anyone is. Who's streaming? Who's not the glare? I don't know. It could be other people.
Well, geez, I'm scared to talk. We sound like two dirty mask girls. All I see is all I see is
mask girls, aren't we?
all I see is a fan spinning. So
It really is. Yeah, Laura's right. It's gonna blow up in the news for sure. It really feels like that. Me too, Nicole. He did a great job, like, you know, and I'm sure he's upset, but he wasn't even looking when they were talking.
You are unmuted.
Oh, good, they're coming back. Oh, he is. There he is. Aidan's on.
All right, jurors, once again, thank you very much for your patience. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Nicole Albert to the stand.
thanks for your patience while we throw out a media reporter.
Can you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I just need you to speak nice and loud into that microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live?
Norwood.
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
About a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior?
Canton.
How long had you lived in
My whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long did you live at that house?
About 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Yes.
What's your husband's?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police.
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
About 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin.
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now, your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military.
And which branch is he?
The Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Recall that day?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you've since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but.
And around that date, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, you know, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what if anything sort of changed in reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously, doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And do you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from Kansas to New York?
I believe he may have flown Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law Julie picked me up at my house maybe 7:30, 7:45, and we went to the waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend Tristan were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were any of his friends there at that time?
I believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment did you go?
We came in, walked in. I believe to the left there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table, and we ordered food, and just hung out for a little bit, had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, with anyone else came in to join you?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there, if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here. So she said, okay, maybe we'll come there. So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, if anyone else sort of came in and joined you?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband Chris came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by. And he was like, oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. And I just pushed him a little, oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you. So he's like, all right, maybe I'll pop in. So I believe after, so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you, or did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, oh, who's that? Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, oh, it's John O'Keefe. I said, oh. So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
Had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
No.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr. Reed?
At one point, John walked by, towards me and my daughter at the table and said, hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything? And we said, no, thank you. I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any 𝗄𝗲𝗄𝗆, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned, or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to do or where to go after leaving the waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has 2 friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, if you want to do that, come by and do that. And she was like, okay, and then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, about what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get from the waterfall back to your house on Monday?
My husband drove the 3 of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the waterfall and were sort of getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major, just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on Fairview?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his 2 friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And he said, oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here. I said, oh, okay.
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian was driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really, no.
Recall on that evening which side of the driveway he pulled into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And when you come into and enter into the house when you were living there at 34 Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. You know, initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to, it was, you know, quicker to walk in the side door for the kids, I guess. So they would just go in the side door. But I think that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I think I went in the front door so I could walk into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or whatever. But some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
He was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that sort of interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time is that?
A couple minutes, not even, just a quick interaction.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home and again,
Oh, shit.
was there sort of initially when you?
So my son Brian and his two friends Julie and Sarah were just kind of sitting at a kitchen table in like the dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of your home at Fairview. So you walk into a foyer and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen. But then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? or anything
No, it's
separate?
open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as a wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
ADL,
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or not.
And you get back to the house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
So I come in, I assume I, said happy birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing where I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you basically did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah, yep.
And is that something that you did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah, that's kind of what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after or before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean, I think he might have pulled up to our house before us. But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Do you have any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was was driving that night when he came to your house?
I believe it was a Jeep.
Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when Ms. McCabe and her husband come?
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Ms. McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Ms. McCabe and her husband come, where is it that, while you're at your house, where is it that everybody sort of comes?
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends, and then I believe my daughter Caitlin was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home, about how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from the waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter Caitlin.
And you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend Tristan picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
And when your daughter Caitlin left, who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband have both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And at any point in time, so you mentioned that there were a number of people that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes? Yes, sorry.
Where did anybody else go sort of around your house during that time?
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laugh and talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just kind of moved into the kitchen area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of your house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, oh, to Brian, oh, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. So no conversation. And Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
And
so that has to be a yes or no. Okay.
Sorry.
And at some point, did Julie come back into the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you talked about previously, come into your house?
No.
And specifically, John 𝗃𝗃𝗃 or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
And at any point in time, even on that evening or that early morning of the 29th, were you aware that they were coming to you?
I actually wasn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back to the waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual, just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, after your daughter, Caitlin, gets picked up and she leaves, what, if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left, I just did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, you know, shut the lights and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing where we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times. Like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, you know, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster so a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
He was awake. He was just lying in bed watching TV.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything like that?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning on the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children. Something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. You're said.
All right, next question.
Karen, if I may. Can we approach?
Okay.
What's up, bitches? How's everyone doing out there? I'm still here. What are they so afraid of? Seriously. Seriously, I missed a lot of this. I missed a lot. I mean, there's millions of people from around the world watching the Karen Reed murder trial right now. And they just stopped it for like an hour to talk about me, to bring me up there. Like, that now if you've never heard of me before, people are Googling it. It's all over Twitter now. It's like what everyone's talking about. They just took this thing that's getting they're so stupid. They're so stupid. They just took this thing that's getting so much media attention around the world. All the cameras are on at the spotlight, and they're like, let's give him more attention. Let's make that fucking guy famous over there. We haven't made him famous enough. Bro, this is like Ed Snowden on steroids. Like, what they're just doing to me. Like, it's wild. It's wild. I'm not a threat to anyone. So back to this. I just wanted to back to this.
Let me back you up just for a second and I'll get back to this. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
Between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence?
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she said some things to you, and then where did you go from there?
Well, I tried to ask her what was going on, what is she talking about? And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something that happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally was like, well, John, remember John from last night at the waterfall? And I'm like, what do you mean? How could you be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
And so that front foyer would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank? Are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Lank at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Kearney police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the same time Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come. I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt, and Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk to?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point during the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No, No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. You know, I'm asking Jennifer, like, you know, what happened? How did you end up here? Like, what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
These people are just such fake victims. I've never seen anything like it. The McAlberts, oh, I'm intimidated. Brian Albert's intimidated by me. Brian Albert's like 6'2", 250. He's a trained fighter. He's a veteran Boston police officer. He goes around punching people in the face frequently, and he's intimidated. He can't be in the same room as me. I mean, ridiculous. Believe me, we're not taking, I have a lot to say about what just happened, but for now, all I'm saying is they made me famous. And like, they made the most interesting murder trial in the country all about me for like an hour. So thank you for that. Thank you. I'm going to go live at 1 o'clock on Facebook, okay? Facebook Live.
And so, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for?
With just her? I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this point?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over?
Yes, at some point, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
Could have been 15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by 7:15. If he was around 6:30, I'm not really sure of the specifics.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Carrie, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, oh.
Objection.
Okay, not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes into the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea of sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Ms. McKay bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and 2.
And at some point, we mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you maybe spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were interviewed?
I was at my house.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th and the 29th, it just started to snow, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interview?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was probably a couple inches accumulated. And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house into the front yard or the driveway or anywhere else?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Mm-hmm.
review them, and then just look up whenever you think.
Are these already in evidence?
They're not.
Okay.
And just to ask you, ma'am, in general, in those photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, what do you recognize those to be?
That's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Okay. And what's contained in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes, please.
With the court's permission.
Hold on. We need to mark these. How many were there, Ms. Tallali?
8.
Thank you.
May I approach just to retreat?
Yes.
Side note, I had no idea Nicole Albert sounded like she smokes like a pack of Marlboro Reds every day.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
That's
Yes.
wild to me. So whenever we get out of here, I'm going to hold a brief press conference on the steps. I'm going on Grace Curley at 1:30. Talk about this. 𝗺𝗵𝗂𝗺 at 4:33. I cannot believe Julie Albert said 𝗃𝗃𝗺 on the
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like.
That's wild. Like, can we talk about that for a moment? Like, can we talk about that? He said 𝗃𝗃𝗺, dude. Like, she goes, Troopa 𝗃𝗃𝗺. I'm like, I swear to God, she said that because I was in the courtroom. I mean, that's a good argument. Like, that's their best argument. Like, Your Honor, you know, he's rubbing off on the witnesses. They watch his show a lot, and they clearly know what he nicknames people. And like she said,
yes,
gracious.
What I'm showing here is what's been marked as exhibits 58,
Like, are you kidding me?
𝗃𝗃𝗺,
said that.
and 6.
Like, I did, like, dude.
Your attention to this
Nick Rocco and a couple other people looked at me, and I'm going,
Okay.
oh,
You know,
it-
court
I'll never
permission first, I'd just like to start with exhibit 58 on the screen.
Okay.
wild. He is going to be so pissed. Like, dude, I've gotten like 400 new Twitter followers since I got kicked out of
And
court.
again, Ms. Albert, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Awesome.
Yes,
And what do you recognize that?
it was my home at the time.
And from this photograph, do you see that front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on your house?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer and just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
That would be the very front door, and then the side doors over here in between.
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house, where you lived at 34 Fairview Road? What, if anything, do you have as sort of a landmark or an item that you observe in that sort of left area of the garden?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it was or what it did.
Fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did.
No.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation to the house, was that a part of the yard that was used or utilized by the family all that much when you lived there?
No.
And that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting of the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that. Is that correct?
Right.
And the curbing that's between sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded curb.
Now, with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't really see it in the picture, no. But I mean, it's would be over here.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you. Just gentlemen, if I could have that one up on the screen as well. And again, scan this out, would you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And from this photograph, you see now sort of the driveway and where that is.
Yes.
And if you could just indicate to the jury sort of where in this photograph that would be.
The driveway was right here. The 2 garage doors, and then there was driveway right along here.
Now, in reference to that driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Could have been 4. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think 4.
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles are we talking about?
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs? Is that
Yeah. Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60.
And again, what's up on the screen, is that just another depiction of your home at that time?
Yes.
Now, when you open that door and Officer Lank is there and you invite him in your house to talk, you said that you saw some cruisers, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and saw them? If you could direct the jury's attention to this photograph.
I believe they were right here. Somewhere here.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there.
Yep.
And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes.
you this, but
Yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
at? So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph.
Mm-hmm. 64?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah, the side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep, that door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time of January or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles go in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get 1 or 2 of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates, January 28th and the 29th, and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't, I'm not sure. Not sure if we had maybe put mine in there, because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
And I believe, is there one more photograph that we have to talk about?
58.
May I approach, John?
Yeah. No. Okay.
Now, in addition,
I can't believe they kicked me out of court. That's wild.
let me ask you this. At this
I
time, in
didn't
January of
I mean, I want to
2000,
get back in, but
family have any pets?
this is wild.
Yes.
Famous.
And how many pets did you have?
We had one. We had a dog,
What was the dog?
Chloe.
And what type of dog was it?
She's a German Shepherd mix.
Yeah, where's she at? Oh, what's
And
up? Chloe.
how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, fair to say it's a rescue dog?
Yes.
And where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as far as nighttime, would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that point?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How would that dog leave?
Well, she pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is it a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh, yeah, no, just a regular door, and it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the backyard?
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. How long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident of January 29th, 2022?
We moved in April of 2023.
Oh,
And,
okay.
if any plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics,
What was that?
generally,
Okay. Thank
not
you.
the conversation.
We had always planned to move, but it was
me this?
in our
I don't
plans
know.
that, when kids were starting to get older, we were
I
looking to
didn't
possibly
see Carl here today.
downsize.
Carl
So
wasn't
at the
here.
end of 2021, my husband's brother had sold his house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow that.
My husband's brother had sold his house and got a good deal for it. It sold pretty quickly. The market was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out. We weren't going to be able to stay in that house. And
Who's
like a
leading this
five-bedroom
by right now?
house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain
You
that.
sold the house
Needed a
because
lot
they
of work. We couldn't afford it. So we said maybe now's the time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December.
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved.
Objection, leading.
The
was a good
objection
market.
sustained.
We sold this
Ask
for
a
2,000 less.
non-leading question.
That makes sense.
When was it that the sale was finalized?
April of 23.
And as far as selling the house, what if any relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29, 2020?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened. We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
One moment now.
Yes.
Dude, there's a vending machine right here. It doesn't take card, and all I have is a $10 bill. If anyone's in, I need $2, two $1 bills. I'm looking at the bag of pretzels there. I really want to eat them. If anyone's around, there's $2. I love
I have
it.
nothing further for this witness.
Love it.
All right, Ms. Little?
I'm in the back of the
Thank you, Your
courtroom,
Honor.
courthouse, first floor. I'm hungry. I'm looking at a vending machine, and it's like it doesn't take card. What kind of bullshit is this? Who brings cash on them?
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from say 8:15 till about midnight.
About 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, everyone appeared generally happy and in good spirits, correct?
Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I saw them fooling around with each other, yeah.
Okay.
That's a yes. That's
Your
a
Honor,
yes.
if I could show just a screenshot of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
With your husband having sex with you when that's what Brian Higgins. What position were you in? Can you explain that to me?
May I approach you for recording?
Yeah, so can you take this down just until the witness has it, please?
They won't take it. They don't.
I
they
thought you
don't-
were just showing the screenshot. You want to show it up here?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you doing
Should
with
we
it?
mark that as an exhibit? Or
I don't think there's a need to. I thought you were showing something to the juror that you were just going. Okay.
if I could show you this photograph.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we will mark it for
Oh,
identification.
sorry.
Ms. Albert, do you
So hold on, we need to, so we'll mark it for identification. So we'll take it from the witness for a minute, please.
Sorry.
We'll mark it for identification, but this is incorporated in what exhibit number?
I believe it's exhibit 53, Your Honor.
All right, just so our record's clear.
Thank you.
One screenshot is W for identification. Thank you. All right, so now you can,
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen what the witness is looking at.
okay?
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so you want to display it on the screen now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sure, go right ahead.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to tell.
Over the other individual who's sitting right next to him. And I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often?
So I'm sorry, are we taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't think there was anything much to it.
My question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
What? What do you mean?
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever?
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
You're kidding. I think we can't bring up the fact that Brian Albert is a trained fighter. She's lying. Like he's a boxer. What? Look at Paul's stupid face. Wow. Unbelievable. Oh, the Dateline lady got in. That's good. Dude, Gretchen Voss was so ratchet to me. I tweeted about it, what she did earlier. Like, dude, she's like, oh, wait, I tweeted about it earlier. Basically, she comes up to me. I'm standing in the line. I'm talking to one of the other reporters about how awesome. I'm telling the Globe guy, Sean, nice guy. Like, he's like talking about the protesters. I'm like, you should go down there and hang out with them and just like talk to them. These people know everything about the case, like everything. They're so passionate about this. And so he's like, oh, cool. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, we get a bad rep because this witness intimidation stuff, it's all fake. It's all peaceful. We went to the Canton Rolling rally and we were all peaceful and blah, 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 blah. And then Gretchen goes, hey, Aidan, if you're gonna talk about me, get your facts straight. Okay, what did I get wrong? You said that I'm unemployed and that I'm a ratchet and I'm a piece of shit. I'm like, well, I don't remember calling you a piece of shit, but if I did, and I called you a rat, I definitely called you a ratchet because you're a ratchet madness. But like, that's subjective. That's not, you can't say that's incorrect. Like, I would argue it's accurate. Like, you're apparently friends with somebody called 𝗺ście 𝗵𝗂𝗺. Like, that in and of itself is an ratchet. But as being unemployed, where do you work? And she's like, none of your business. I'm not telling you. I'm like, who are you writing a story for? I don't have to tell you. Okay. Well, I'm going to operate.
Ms. Albert, your husband has boxing experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means. I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
But he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the waterfall around, I believe, 11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, could I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
And Mr. Bates, if I could have you start the video at 5:14. If you could pause. This video?
No, I don't.
No one's hungry.
Do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that
From the caption
individual is?
You can't see.
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right, so this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. just for a little bit longer.
It looks like her.
Cross. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
I don't.
You could play just a little bit more.
She's holding a drink.
Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
Or can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
So that would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the white claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct?
Yeah.
But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle. correct?
Yes. Yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge.
Objection,
correct?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What have you heard talked about?
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
Okay. Where did your husband strike that? You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection.
Correct.
Of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in, and then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified, when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said
And
that.
shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time,
Her
correct?
sister is allegedly no.
And you have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house?
No, I'm not saying he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night?
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived?
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention, but I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him leave?
I did not see him leave.
You testified that your German Shepherd, 𝗀𝗄𝗄, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly worded question. Would you say that she's good with strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Okay.
Yep.
What?
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
𝗀𝗄𝗄 actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
Yes.
With dogs, a couple dogs, yes.
She sent someone to the
Ms.
ER.
Albert, she also has a bite history with humans, doesn't she?
Objection.
Ask that differently.
What?
Ms. Albert, 𝗀𝗄𝗄 has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
In one incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting with another dog, the woman whose dog it was tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
So she does bite.
There are actually two individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was two women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from 𝗀𝗄𝗄.
Yeah,
The
𝗀𝗄𝗄 had
one
a,
may have fallen or something, but
𝗀𝗄𝗄 had a taste
I'm
for
not
blood.
sure 100%.
There were two women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
Oh.
And you mentioned that 𝗀𝗄𝗄 had actually escaped from the backyard
Mm-hmm.
in that incident.
Yes,
And that happens from time to time at your house, correct?
it had happened a few times, yes.
And Mr. Albert let 𝗀𝗄𝗄 out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have 𝗀𝗄𝗄 anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
To where? To where?
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything, we know where she is.
Was that testimony given to the defense?
Probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Sorry. All right, so yeah, I mean, there we go. They're getting shit out of her with the Chloe stuff. It's getting in the jury's mind, I'm telling you. So the jury was 10 women, 7 men, the least racially diverse jury I've ever seen in my life. Everyone was white except for one Asian guy, I think, or something like that. Not that that matters, but they were very alert, like notebooks out, taking notes, like seemed like smart people, like no ratchets were in there. And I'm telling you, this is a good jury. Like they're taking notes, they're listening, they're observing all this shit. They're hearing this. Like, wait a minute, the family owns a violent dog that sends people to the hospital. That's what they just heard. Yeah, the Asian guy had a bow tie on too. He looked sharp. You can tell this is like a serious jury. I think they're gonna put this out of my mind. You can't mention the jury? Why not? You can mention the makeup of the jury. You can mention 10 women. I can go to the Higgins.
Okay.
When Higgins testifies, I can go. Well, how am I supposed to know what days I can go if they don't put the witness list out ahead of time?
Ms. Albert, you're aware that we actually sought records regarding Chloe and her bite history, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it from this witness?
It was.
That's a yes or no from there. Yes or no?
Well, it was from a custodian.
Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th.
Mm-hmm.
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash? Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
Sorry, no.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
No.
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And Aidan McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that sort of line of questioning?
Yeah.
And you explained that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection, is there a question?
We're getting that question, so go ahead.
You were very specific about kind of how people were seated at that table that night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
And what you told the grand jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
Told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially when I first came in the house and I was doing my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And
they were.
you told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. But while you were cleaning, you said, I don't really know what they were doing. but they weren't there, correct?
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
They could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps?
It's a poorly worded question. I will rephrase it. When you open the front door of your house, how many steps does it take to get to the door to the basement?
4 or 5.
You testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 34 Fairview first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter, Caitlin, correct?
Yes. But that's
And
not
you
what she
said
told
she was in
police.
your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yeah. 15 before.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your statement to Sergeant Lank?
Sure.
Remember I broke the story?
Yes.
Well, 15, she told Michael Lank that Caitlin Albert left the house. It's in the report. She said 12:15 because if she gets her out of there at 12:15 and she's not there at 𝗺cie 𝗁𝗃 and she didn't see nothing. But she told the feds she got there at 1:45. Why would they do that? These people are shit their pants. They know everything. Their stories are changing. These people are
Okay, I'd
guilty.
like to
Look at
direct your attention to page 2 of this.
Would you show the prosecutor, please?
Just please refer.
Your Honor, may we approach just briefly?
Okay.
What am I?
No. Sunday's Mother's Day.
Ms. Little, maybe you can clarify that.
Sure. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at page 2. And you don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here.
Down at 7? Or
Actually, this section right
Okay.
here, the second paragraph to the bottom. And you don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how, can I approach, Your Honor? Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that was conducted, correct? With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
yes, the morning of.
Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
Is your
yeah.
recollection- Is your recollection refreshed?
Yep.
Isn't it true that you told Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
Called it.
I do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody, where had you been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood, and that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, you know, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure, it was more of a conversation than an interview, is that right?
I guess you could say that.
Yes. Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that to Sergeant Lang?
I don't believe I said that.
Oh, you don't believe you said
I
that?
think maybe someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said, in any other time I was questioned, that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't.
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter?
No.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
Of course, we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
Yep.
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
Yes. Yep.
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lang.
Yeah. Yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been his mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
I assume he asked that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part of the people that I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang?
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have to interview him, correct?
Objection.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in. I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay, approach sidebar, or you, okay.
Yes.
Unbelievable, huh? You have about 9 minutes to break. She is such a bad liar. She sounds so ratchet too. Listen to her lie. Hey, at least I got in the courtroom for a little bit. I heard 𝗺𝗲𝗄𝗺𝗺 say 𝗃𝗃𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃, which is the highlight of the trial. Like, they are so afraid of me for no reason. Is Grant there? I don't see Grant anymore. He bailed like he left. My presence creates a chilling effect. Stop it. Excuse me.
So Ms. Little, we're going to mark what you have in your hand for identification.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert, I'd like to show you a photograph which purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house,
Yep.
the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Yep.
Want me to show it?
Yes, if you could explain.
Her bedroom, top left.
Right up here.
Oh, is this a, dude, that's a
So-
microdots production. That's
Your
a
bedroom
microdots
is in the
production.
upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
It would have been
Far
closest
left
to the body.
window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. The two
Look
of
how
them.
So on January 29th, you had 2 bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Ms. Little? Or we can keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
May I have a moment?
Sure.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Ms. Albert, what about the 2 calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
Get him.
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
Is that what the
You're
call
aware
log
that the
said?
Cellbrite records indicated that you answered 2 calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
And 6:08 a.m.
The objection sustained.
Are you kidding me?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
I called her twice and she answered both calls and we can't talk about that? Dude, this is just wild, the kind of information they don't want the jury to know
You could
about.
take a look at this report.
Dude. Like, how is that not relevant? That means they were awoken and alerted to the fact that there's a dead body in the yard that never came inside. That's wild.
Ms. Albert, you received,
If I could just see what's being shown to the witness before. Thank you. May we approach?
Okay.
May we approach?
I'm going to take that, please.
Oh, for fuck's sake. How long to get back? Uh, 1 o'clock, so a couple minutes. Yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm live right now, but yeah, I can give a comment, sure. I'll just mute.
All right, so let's mark one for identification, please, Ms. Little.
thank you.
Okay, and you can give it back to Ms. Albert.
Thank you.
And you can go back and ask a question, and let's see where we go with this, okay?
Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the 2 calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were placed.
Okay, don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
That's not what the
You
call log
received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it.
Not what it says.
I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second
Liar.
call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, it's your testimony here today that you never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom that morning?
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room, besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m., someone had a 9-second call with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this witness, I imagine, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the luncheon recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Sorry.
Goodbye. Okay.
You should have it. Do that.
I do, but I don't necessarily need them. It's probably in there.
I think that's on evidence check. I think that's.
Okay, so Aidan's gonna go live on Facebook, I believe he said, at 1 o'clock, so probably right now. So head over there while we're on lunch. I'm just gonna put probably a video up, I guess.